насправді легше перелічити тих, кого ми не запросили до нашої студії, тому що насправді сьогодні на нас чекає 5-годинний марафон, тому що країна вирішує своє майбутнє на наступні 5 років. Насправді ця тема, вона дуже важлива, ми не можемо нею нехтувати, саме тому ми починаємо
countdown. The night that we've been waiting for. Suspільне, together with Radio Liberty and Voice of America, we will be in contact with Washington, D.C., Brussels and Prague, 5 hours on air. 31st of March at 7:30. Countdown. The night of election. Half an hour is left to define which one of the candidates will get to the second tour. But the future of the country is decided right now. And that is what we will be discussing here. We're starting the countdown. Dear friends, as we mentioned, our today's program will last for 5 hours. Mирослава Барчук will join us a little later. I am Pavlо Казарін. We will be discussing different aspects of this election campaign. We'll be following what's happening in Kyiv near the Central Election Commission, and we'll be getting information from our colleagues from regions. We have first guests here. I'm happy to welcome the analyst from Democratic Initiatives Foundation, Sergei Shapovalov, and the MP Mирослава Барчук. Did you manage to vote? Yes, I voted in the morning. About 11:30 I voted together with my parents. I would like to remind you, you still have half an hour. If you haven't done that, you still have the chance to decide who will be in the second tour. We have absolutely no doubts that the second tour will take place, but today we have the opportunity to hear from the regions of the country, because all branches of Суспільне will be broadcasting our program. You will hear us on UA Culture. These are some of our branches that are monitoring, following what's happening here in our studio and in different parts of our country. We'll have a chance to get information from them. Greetings, colleagues. Thank you for being with us. I believe that today we will not stay bored. We have a chance to talk to different regions now. The east, the south, the north and the south of the country. The west, the north and the south of the country. Joining us now, we'll hear the east. Evgen Tetyanechka from Donbass is here. Evgen, do you hear us? Okay. Till we are establishing communication, we'll check Lviv. Irina, do you hear us? What surprised you today? What interesting stories were happening in the west of the country? Greetings, greetings, our dear viewers. We'll be trying to give you the most interesting information. The editors and the correspondents of the Radio Liberty are working with us. I will remind our viewers that we have the broadcasting. Please leave your comments and questions. Okay.
Дякую дуже. Також ми сьогодні будемо мати можливість почути наших колег.
Today we'll hear our colleagues from the Radio Liberty and the Voice of America. If we have this opportunity, we can have them connected, but if not, then we will not waste time. You can watch us on YouTube. There's a discussion which is moderated by our colleague Igor Shataila, and he will soon tell us what will be be happening at UA first in the social network. I would like to remind you that we, in half an hour, will get information about the preliminary data of exit poll, because at 8, after the polling stations are closed, we'll hear the preliminary data of exit polls as of 5 or 6 p.m. Our colleagues will tell us about that, but now the attention of the whole country is directed to the events near the Central Election Committee, where some people are getting with unknown objectives. Borislav Bereza is from there. What's happening there? There are some people which are difficult to understand. They are quite sportive looking. Some of them are ready to communicate, some are not. More than that, there are too many of them, about 300. That's too many, because we don't know what they're doing there. I haven't seen any law enforcement officers who would talk to them and who could ask, what are you looking for here? Why are you here? Maybe you want to vote. It's not where the people vote, it's where votes are counted. I cannot understand it. This may happen only for some scenario to be implemented. But there are 3 groups of people. First one, and I talked to them, and I more or less could understand who are they. The second group also has some markers, and we can understand to which political forces they belong. But there's the third group who do not talk, who close their faces. They don't communicate with anyone. And my question is, who are they? We will, okay, that's the first information, and there was information that the National Guards are there, but I haven't seen them. Thank you, Borislav. Now we will hear about what was happening in Odessa, in the south of the country. Valentin Blach will tell us about all these details. What surprised you, Valentin? During the elections in Odessa, there was some clash between the NGO and the representatives of the polling station number 133. According to a person representing this NGO, they wanted to get the certificates of official observers at the elections. The members of the commission didn't give them such a certificate, and then they started pushing each other, and both sides went to police. Also in Odessa, maternity house number 7, from 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone who's there are voting. We managed to talk to a pregnant lady who came to a polling station to vote before giving birth to a child. And here's a quotation. I thought to arrive later, but because I started actually giving birth, I came to vote, and it's very comfortable. Immediately after voting, I will give birth. Whether she has given birth, we don't know. That's all the information. This is the news from the south. It's about social responsibility. First, she gives birth to a new image of the country, and then a new citizen of a country. I saw what impressed me. I came with my sons. I wanted to show them. I explained why they should go, why should you go to vote, why should you participate, because you have the right to form the authorities, and then you can ask authorities why they don't do what you expect. And I wasn't alone like that. Many people came with small children to show them. And that is the civil society, which is demonstrating itself. Yes, I agree with Borislav. We now can hear from our colleagues from Lviv about what was happening in the west of our country. Irina Machulska, if we can hear what surprised you, how was it happening, please, you're on air.
Greetings. As of 5, there were 43% who showed to voting. In Lviv, we had 55%, more than in the region. And we got several pieces of information about violations. 7 of them were confirmed. One of the workers of the polling station was drunk. Okay, thank you, friends. Keep us informed about what's happening. They were celebrating. She was too much excited, started celebrating, but too early. When in the morning you see that in the west of the country few people came to vote, you understand it's Sunday, first they go to church and then to polling stations. But one doesn't exclude another one. But what surprised us in the north of the country, Chernigiv is there, Olga Konopatska, our correspondent, were there things that infuriated you or, well, the connection is lost. I have a question to our guests. We have the analyst from the Democratic Initiatives Foundation. In 15-20 minutes, the preliminary data of exit poll will be made public. Let's explain to all who are viewing us in the regions, what is exit poll? Actually, the name tells about itself. Exit and poll is asking questions to people who voted when they exit the polling stations. Why is that needed? Exit poll is the means to find the results of the election sooner. For people who are impatient, exit polls were invented in the US in the 60s to know the results sooner than the official data. But in Ukraine, we have such a situation that exit poll also is the civil society's control. We can assume that the maximum error could be within 2.5%, and that's for the leaders of the campaign. If official data and our methodology, the effectiveness of the efficiency of that was proved, because that's the 15th exit poll which is done by the consortium exit poll. During the previous presidential elections, the difference between the results of the exit poll and official data was 0.3-0.5% for all candidates and more than 1% for the winner of the elections. Thank you, Sergei. We'll be discussing exit polls. Now we can hear our colleagues from the Voice of America, Tatiana Varoshka. She works in Washington, D.C. Greetings, Tatiana. How many people in Washington decided to participate in the first tour? Greetings. We have more than 200 people who voted. We have more than 7,000 registered in Washington, D.C. In New York, more than 500 people voted by 12 o'clock, but basically the citizens of Ukraine can vote only in 4 polling stations here in New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, but they just started voting. We'll continue following how Ukrainians in the USA vote. Thank you, Tatiana Varoshko from the Voice of America, and they will be joining us. I would like to remind that the polling station in Australia where voting started early, it was closed, and can you guess how many people showed up? 7% of registered, 7% of Ukrainians in Australia. Probably they want to barbecue, or they're spending this week somehow differently. Only 7.2% showed up. 125 Ukrainians voted, but they have more than 1,700 Ukrainians registered. And now we can hear the north of Ukraine. Okay, let's try it.
Я не розумію, якщо в нас є така технічна
можливість,
то ми готові почути саме Чернігів. Але ж якщо нічого не з'являється, йдемо далі. Бориславе, ось, наприклад,
Борислав, for example, all are discussing whether we have the chance to talk about the risk of the third Maidan. I remember when Roman Besmertny was here in the studio, he called all the candidates, he called for all the candidates to agree to the choice made by the Ukrainian society, not to protest. Is there any risk of the third Maidan? There will be no third Maidan, but someone can play the scenario of some disturbances in the streets. But this may happen in Kyiv because the main thing is to influence the CEC, Central Election Commission. This is the issue of political elites who do not want to accept this or that choice of the society. But for many, today's voting is like the sentence. In the morning I joked when I talked to the representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, they said, is that right? Depending on what will be the results in the results today, Borispol launches 3 additional flights to Spain. I said, no. They have added 3 additional to Spain, 3 additional to Austria, to Germany, and 1 to Minsk. And one more thing I wanted to say. What happens with exit poll? Here where I was voting, there was an exit poll, and people refused to give information. They were afraid. Some were afraid, and the woman was saying, she had a badge, I'm official, I have the right, I will not tell anyone. That is anonymous. And people say, no, thank you, I don't want to tell you. And I started explaining. So I was working as the promoter of exit polls. Actually, then I will be fined if I'm paid for that. But people do not really know that this is an official technology, that they can give such information, and some are afraid. But I will tell you who. If my doesn't win, then what happens then? People are still afraid, and I was surprised. I thought, okay, we said goodbye to all these things. By the way, Sergei, do people often refuse to participate in exit polls, or is that just happening rarely, like Borislav says? No, that's not rarely. That is quite a phenomenon. This is the indicator which is called the how many voters agreed. We see that 80% of voters agree to give interview, and those who refuse, the interviewers ask, why do you refuse? And most often they don't say the reason, and that confirms what Borislav said. People do not know, people are afraid. Many believe that their choice is their personal affair, but the methodology of exit poll is anonymous. No one asks the name, any personal data. Everything is done to do it, but people are not trusting. Such mistrust is there that people go into the booths with their pens. They don't trust even the pens. Has anyone during voting were you interviewed by people from exit poll? no one had such experience, and I never had such an experience. So basically, someone is answering instead of Pavlo Казарін. I hope that this is a representative person. As to exit poll, you said that this is a verified technology which is used in different countries. And in fact, the era, they coincide with the official, and the error is very little. I have one question. I understand that at 8 we will get a preliminary data as of 6 p.m. And the final data of exit polls we will get at 11. And then we will understand. And one more question. From your experience, can you tell us the results of exit polls and preliminary social surveys which were done before the day of voting? Are they different? They are different, but not too much. Because during sociological surveys, there's a version, it's difficult to say. There's a certain percentage of people who say we do not know. During the exit poll, people are asked those who voted. Usually that is, the difference is like 2-3%. And during sociological surveys, people do not answer. They're not very open, sincere. Is it because they decide who to vote for the last moment, or they just don't want to be sincere? What are the traditional errors in sociological surveys if it's done at a high quality? If it's high quality, the level of error will be 2.3%. The result that we get plus minus 2.3%. If it's 5 or 10,000 people, these surveys are more expensive, then statistical error could be at the level of 1%. As usual, we have the result with the error of 2.5%. I would like to remind you that the approximate number of voters in the country, how many? All read the same information. More than 29 million citizens, almost 30 million citizens are included, are registered as voters. And the CEC has to finish the final protocol by the 10th of April. Mирослав, we saw that the attendance as of 3 is higher than in 2014 by 10%, not 40% like in 2014, but 44%. Why is that?
First of all, to say that I'm not surprised, it won't be true. I am surprised. When I looked at the polls before election at surveys, and I saw the figure that up to 85% could potentially go to the elections, and I did not believe. My understanding was that there won't be high attendance, and I looked at the weather outdoors, and I also made the assumption that people won't come. But we are living in turbulent times, and we have strong civil society, and now actually civil society is demonstrating the importance of these elections, and the mantra mentioned by old politicians, that young people demonstrate low attendance. This mantra was ruined at these elections. It is extremely important that young people today demonstrated high attendance, and they came and they vote. Now we will have Lev Kostek from Radio Liberty. Levko, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? As far as I understand, we have difficulties with connection. Levko, can you hear me? I can hear, dear colleagues. Welcome. What we can expect from this evening. Journalists from Radio Liberty had prepared a lot of exclusive and interesting information for you. Our crews are working in 5 regions across the country, including territories adjacent to the contact line and conflict line in Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, and also at the administrative border with occupied Crimea. Yes, we have to vote. We shall be together. We are voting for the future of our children. We are at Kalanchak checkpoint. I'm crossing the border. Will you vote? Who will vote? Who will make use of this ballot? We have to vote. Let us celebrate this festival of democracy. Besides that, we will have immediate connections to the foreign polling stations in Europe, Asia, and the United States. The polling station in Prague is one of those 101 polling stations abroad which are open today. In Emirates, people also are voting. We have observed very active participation in voting here in Brussels, where people arrived from all around Belgium. Dear colleagues, you have the floor. It was Lev Kostek from Radio Liberty, and dear friends, we would like to remind you that we have our journalists from all the regions, and very soon we will hear the data from exit polls. And now a question to Borislav. There is such a term, a planning horizon. What is your planning horizon? For how many months in advance you plan your life? It depends on the objectives. If I'm thinking about buying foodstuff, then there is for a week when I plan my political life. This is for 5 years. When I'm planning bringing up children, this is for the entire life. I've asked this question because once I heard that in politics this planning horizon is around 3 months. Yeah, it depends on the objectives of a politician. Yes, you are an MP, and your immunity will last till October, but I don't need it, actually. As of now, the police had released the information that they have double-checked all the participants of that crowd near the Central Election Commission, and they have not found any violations of legislation. Now we are having Alexei Homan, who is in the Central Central Election Commission, where the official date of exit poll will be released soon. Behind that door, we are now having the press conference about the national exit poll as of 6 p.m. So in some minutes, we'll hear who is the leader in this presidential campaign. So Razumkov Center, Democratic Initiative Center, and some other reputable agencies for 200,000, for 5.5 million hryvnia had held this exit poll. So they asked people at the polling stations for whom they have just voted. Later on, this data from the national exit poll will be compared to the data of the Central Election Commission, and if the deviation would be higher than 5.5%, this will be the signal for revision of the results. This was Alexei Goman, who works in the Ukraine Forum. What would you like to add? Respectively, what the preliminary exit poll would inform us in 5 minutes? It's quite clear that the results have not changed, and we have a candidate who had surprised a lot of people. In a moment, we will see how much points is given to him. So the floor goes to our colleagues. So at the polling stations, the behavior of voters was as follows. There were not so many. There were no so many rejections at the polling stations. And the motivation was that people were in a hurry and they rejected to answer. In one of the polling stations, I objected some servicemen, soldiers, who had been voting. And in my opinion, there was some administrative resource. There was a possibility of some administrative resource use, but nevertheless, they participated in the exit poll rather readily, and I did not observe any pressure made upon them. What I also would like to mention, there was an attempt, which we clearly observed in mass media, to compromise the exit polls in general. This was done in favor of some political force, this or that one. We can assure you that exit poll provides objective results which are close to reality. Let us show the results for people to see. I will now show. These are results of two sociological companies. Zelensky 30.4, Poroshenko 17.8, Tymoshenko 14.2, Boyko 9.8, Gritsenko 7.1, Smishko 6.4, Ляшко 6.8, Vilkul 4.0, Kosholensky 1.8. all the rest had got less than 1%.
Костя.
I will read down once again. I will read it once again. Zelensky, 30.4. 30.4. 30.4. Порошенко, 17.8. Тимошенко, 14.2. Бойко, 9.8. Гриценко, 7.1. Смешко, 7.4. Ляшко, 4.8. Вілкул, 4.0. Кошулинський, 1.8. All the rest had got less than 1% of the votes. I would like to say that these were data as of 6 p.m. Thank you. This was the recording from Ukrinform. During that time, we have welcomed several our experts. The figures that you had seen on your screens a moment ago, these were preliminary data as of 6 p.m. The final figures from the polling stations will come around 11. And now we have opportunity to discuss this preliminary data, and now we have an opportunity to have a dialogue with the headquarters of the candidates, and I'm pleased to represent Valery Pekes, Artem Sitablaev, Larisa Voloshyna, and Artem Milovanov, Timofey Milovanov. Did you expect for these results, Valery? You're the first. The latest social surveys demonstrated approximately the same results. Tymoshenko maybe had some higher results than Poroshenko had some results, but actually this result corresponds to the polls of the last week. Sergey, now you represent the Democratic Initiatives Foundation, which had done the exit polls. Do you expect that the final figures may change radically? We may believe that this is the this is almost the final figures. We may expect the 1% deviation. As far as I remember, Poroshenko has got 17.8, Tymoshenko has got 14.2. During the entire campaign, we mentioned that it was built on the fighting between different agendas. and separation from the previous metropolia, which was followed by the current president, and then tariffs, etc., agenda taken by Yulia Tymoshenko, and the idea of the power of people, which was taken by Zelensky's headquarters. What about the counter-war or peace agenda? In mature democracies, there is always the major agenda, like migration in European countries, or economic policy, or Brexit agenda, or the future of the EU agenda, like in the UK. While in Ukraine, we have observed the presence of 3 different agendas. So part of people were voting for the commander-in-chief for this country. Another part of voters tried to vote for a person able to ruin the old political elites. Those people who are impoverished or think they are impoverished, they tried to counteract this poverty and vote for somebody who would overcome this. Nevertheless, there are many people who believe that peace and war are important topics, even among those who are concerned with impoverishment, but those who are concerned with the change of political elites, for them this war and peace agenda is even more important. I believe that the choice in the first round and in the second round would depend on the percentage of voters who had voted. We will see the final attendance figures very soon. Later on, we will have a connection with our colleagues from the regions on this issue. But meanwhile, I would like to remind you that discussion between Vitaly Shambunin and Igor Buryakovsky about the threats. What is the biggest threat for this country? Who believe that the biggest threat for this country is corruption? Who believes that the war is the biggest threat for this country? It's an interesting phenomenon, because during that program, the majority of our participants and audience believe that corruption was the biggest threat for this country, but I am not convinced that Vox Populi is the right answer to this question. Of course, we will come back to this question later. Artem, my question to you.
You are one of those who are very active in political position and civil society's position. Can you tell us, is arts separated from politics? I've been dreaming about that, when the art is not involved in politics, but we live in time when no. This is impossible, because you are the citizen of that country, and if you care about what happens here, this is the country where your children will live. Even if you are a painter, if you paint pictures and you don't need any partners, but the colors and the easel, then you are still involved into this process. You wake up every day, you communicate every day with someone, you decide on something, you live in this country, and I do not understand how you cannot be involved into this process, into politics. I have my own opinion. We started thinking that the art should be beyond the politics, but if we look at the American political tradition, Meryl Streep talks about the politics implemented by Donald Trump, and in the US people listen to her. Why art should be beyond the politics? The actor or the director should be beyond the politics. I don't understand it. My question is to Timofey Milovanov. The results that we saw, I would like to remind you, according to the preliminary results, Zelensky gets almost 30.4%, Poroshenko 17.8%, Tymoshenko 14.2%. Does that mean that we can forecast who's the winner of the first tour? We can forecast, everyone will do it his or her own way. I believe there will be many information surprises. Next week's, I'm not sure that this is the result, that just the exit poll. Let's wait till what is the result announced by CEC. If it's Poroshenko Zelensky, then these are two big groups, and there will be a fighting. We saw the fighting around Privat, around Ukernafta. We saw fighting around other resources. We see serious information resources are involved, including mass media, law enforcement. So we will learn a lot of interesting. There's a threat in that for our society, for Ukraine. And this is the fourth or fifth elections for me, because I was in school when the USSR was disintegrated. I thought that I will die, the communists will always be the candidate. There was always one communist, but today we cannot recollect who are communists. I hope there will be time when we will not be able to remember or recall who are corruptionists. And I believe that this will happen in one or two political cycles. I noticed when you were providing comments on what happens in the second tour, you were saying it so that as if it will not Petro Poroshenko and Volodymyr Zelensky who will be competing, but Petro Poroshenko and Igor Kolomoisky. You can perceive me like that. Fortunately, I have the position of the president of the university. I cannot speak openly about things I know. This is a very good question. Should we stay outside of politics? I think there's no time for, the time has not come for universities to come up with political positions. We should understand that we don't have a pure political financing in Ukraine. We have no mechanisms where society finances politicians. The society elects, but other people finance. We need to see where the money comes from, and there will be always groups of stakeholders who are trying to earn on that. That is not just fighting between agendas, but between the political groups that finance political campaigns. We will be able to hear Larissa Voloshyna also, but I would like to say that we broadcast this program in YouTube, and you can participate in interactive survey. You can ask questions to our guests, and if we can talk to Yegor Shatayev, who moderates all this process. What's happening on YouTube channel? Okay, once you are... Okay, greetings, I can hear. Sorry. Pavle, I'm talking to users of YouTube and they can ask questions. There are several questions asked. In fact, I also ask questions and one of them is, what will you do if not your candidate will win? The most interesting answers I will read later, but the questions that YouTube users are asking, I can read them. How to react to the actions of the National Core. And the technical question, when people were voting at foreign polling stations, how the votes are added to the rating. How they are they summed up. Thank you, Yegor. We will follow. I would like to remind you, YouTube of UA first channel. You can ask questions there. The MP Vlasenko said that he does not believe the data of the exit polls and he negates that there are people who look like Titushkin, CEC, that they're from Batkivshina. My question is to Larisa Voloshina. Yegor asks the question, what will they do if their candidate doesn't win? And what will that candidate do if she doesn't win? In fact, that's the most interesting question, because we see that Zelensky gets into the second tour. We have many respected Ukrainian politicians, and now I'm interested, what will they advise to their voters? They didn't get into the second tour. Will they advise to vote for the opponent of Zelensky or for Zelensky? It's interesting. Or will they be playing the game against everyone? Now there's a statement made by Yulia Tymoshenko on the preliminary data of exit poll. If we can see that in our program. The final result of the election campaign. I want you not to make such a mistake. Unfortunately, when Petro Poroshenko became the president, the real democracy in Ukraine finished. You all know how this campaign was organized. You know how much money was paid from the budget, but I'm not about that. I would like to say that we are convinced, we have figures and data that exit polls which announced that Petro Poroshenko is in the second tour, according to our assessment, do not correspond to the reality. These are ordered, manipulated exit polls, just like it was manipulated and ordered the whole sociology in Ukraine. We know who owns every sociological agency, what money are there. That is why I now want to state our team conducted the exit poll based on our structure. We did it for ourselves to know the real picture. But at the same time, I now want to exactly tell you the figures which we received from exit poll, which was conducted by our team. We are not against the first place, Zelensky 27%, according to our exit poll. Second is our team, and the result is 20.9%. And the third is Poroshenko, 17.5%. I'm convinced that today, in our country, without democracy, without real sociology, with big billions resources which are used to bribe voters, we can rely only on protocols with the original signatures and wet stamps. I state that our team is conducting parallel count of votes, which we will start announcing from 24 o'clock. What is parallel counting of votes means that we will receive copies of protocols in electronic format from every polling station. Starting from 24, we will be announcing them, the protocols and the results of the elections. That was the statement of the candidate Yulia Tymoshenko, who is infuriated by the results of exit polls. She says that they are not true, that these exit polls were ordered, and she says that when Petro Poroshenko became the president, the democracy ended in this country. When Yanukovych was the president, we had the democracy. When Poroshenko became the president, we don't have it any longer. Now we'll give the floor to Dem Initiative Foundation, who were involved into this sociological survey. Who paid you so that you make public this exit poll and you lie to the whole of the country? Sergei, tell us. We have the situation which lasted during the election campaign, when the candidate, who according to sociological surveys received less percentage than they wanted, they doubt as to the whole sociology as a science. How to differentiate whether it is ordered exit poll or whether it is not ordered, whether it is fair? First of all, open methodology and open sources. Consortium National Exit Poll, which includes Kyiv Institute of Sociology, Razumkov Center, and as we say that the sources of financing is the program Join Us, which is the representation of the European Union, Renaissance Foundation, the Embassy of Canada. That's not one donor. These are foreign donors, but not the donors inside the country. We do not depend on anyone in the country. We do not have to give the result which would be beneficial for someone. And how do we work with foreign donors? If you show once that you are not fair, you will never get money again. And the companies which are part of the consortium of national exit polls for many years proved that they were honest. And the measure of the result is the closeness of our results to the data of the CEC. In ЦВК we trust. I have the comment from Timofey Milovanov. I would like from you as a policymaker, researcher, I would like to hear more about methodology and the preventers which you have to make the quality better. I respect my government and the taxpayers in the USA. I'm the professor of the University of Pittsburgh, but I know that they also have preferences as to candidates and policies which the new candidates will continue. To say that we are not independent because we have a good methodology, but because we get money from those who have certain preferences. I agree. I want to go to Europe. I want to go to the USA. I want such preferences, us to have such preferences. But when you say that, it's not scientific. I would request you to tell us why your methodology guarantees the quality. Good idea that if the results of the exit poll will coincide with the results of the CEC, then we will say sociologists worked well. I'm sorry. We didn't have a chance to hear you before, but now we can. Based on the results that we received and the comments that we heard, what would be the further developments now? What's happening now is what we expected, because the whole day the people from Yulia Tymoshenko party were publishing some preliminary exit poll, and Irina Bekeshkina warned about that. She explained why it is impossible, for example, why it is impossible to falsify this national exit poll, to manipulate with that, and she won. And that all these exit polls are published to manipulate with the results. And I would like to emphasize that is very dangerous when politician who disagrees. What does it mean? Disagrees with the exit poll. That one politician who wants to be the national leader, he says, let's wait for the decision of the CEC. Now we hear again about the absence of democracy, and we believe that now at that time the politicians are to be very careful. Larisa Voloshyna, the host, the journalist, and I said that in a few minutes there will be the comment from the headquarters of the president, but my question is to Achtem. Maybe according to your data, I understand you have personal contacts where Crimean Tatars following the presidential campaign in Ukraine, what they paid attention to, and whether for them this event is of significance. Yes, it has the significance because I'm sorry for taking such responsibility, but I'm almost convinced that the majority of Crimean Tatars are following the elections in Ukraine. The majority of Crimean Tatars, they connect their hopes with the return, hopes for Crimea to return with the acting president. Why? Because Crimean Tatars, I'm sorry, the audience, unlike those who sit here, I'm sorry again, they know very well what is occupation and what is war. Every day, every morning, to houses of Crimean Tatars, I wouldn't laugh. I wouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. God forsake, if you feel, if you experience at 4 o'clock in the morning, your parents are taken and your child is there. Now there are 200 of them taken, and it happens every day. I believe that the corruption is the rust that destroys the country. But I saw occupation with my own eyes, and I saw the war with my own eyes. And possibly most of those who are here haven't seen it. The corruption could be eliminated when we have the country. The corruption can be eliminated when you are secure, but you cannot eliminate corruption if you don't have the country, and that is why Crimean Tatars understand that. Our people's experience is the experience of several centuries of survival, elementary survival, and searching for the opportunities for their children to just live, When we extrapolate the situation to ourselves, you have a choice, to live or to buy a ticket for the concert. This is my analogy. Every normal person elects to live. And I take the responsibility and I say that the majority of Crimean Tatars who have courage to live on the occupied territory, they know perfectly well what is needed first of all. Thank you. This was Ахтем Ситаблаев.
We have heard the comments from Yulia Tymoshenko about preliminary results of the exit polls, and as far as I understand, now Poroshenko, as a candidate, will provide his comment on the preliminary results of the exit polls. Dear friends, I'm happy to see you. Dear friends, my dear team, dear compatriots inside the country and all around the world, I'm very grateful to all those who did not stay at home, but who went to the polling stations and had voted. Irrespectively for whom you have voted, you had demonstrated that you are responsible citizens who definitely take responsibility for the future of their country. As a president, as a citizen of this country, I thank you personally to each other, to each of you. The key precourse of our further pathway are democratic and free elections. Without this free elections, nothing is possible for the country. And we have passed this exam quite successfully. We had much less complaints during this voting process. We have not received any information about violations which was able to influence considerably the voting results, which means that we are fully acting in line with the European political culture, and that this complies with the European standards. I believe that we have passed this exam today successfully, and I hope that on April 21st, we will pass the next stage of this exam also successfully. But this does not mean that election campaign was quiet and still. There was very harsh competition. I believe that never we observed such a harsh competition among all the candidates, and that's good. Never we witnessed such a direct access for the oppositional candidates to mass media. Another thing, how did they make use of that access? They did not use it for convincing the voters and for discussion of their agendas, but they used it to impose a lot of black lie on the current president. But moreover, now I would like to thank to all the voters who, despite of that tons of black information which came from the enemies, even from the fifth column, and had recognized that hypocrisy, including 39 candidates, but nevertheless supported Ukrainian access to internet, Ukrainian course on the EU membership, Ukraine's course to final liberation from Russian Federation. I am very thankful to you for your choice. Thank you. This was a press conference of candidate Poroshenko, who, in line with the exit polls as of 5%, has got 7.8%, while Zelensky has got 30.4%, and Tymoshenko has got 14.2%. Yulia Tymoshenko has objections against these figures, but in a moment we will see Mr. Gritsenko and his comments on the exit polls figures. A question to you. Whether you believe that democratic alliance between you, Samopomic, is possible. we will participate in the parliamentary elections. We do not know about the format as of now. We will decide on the format very soon. I'm not sure whether it will be only my political force or we will join our efforts with some other political forces, but I believe that we will participate in formation of coalition. And a year ago, long before presidential elections, we had come to agreement with Mr. Andrei Sadovy that we will have an alliance of two political forces. We will try to change the situation. Whether we manage to change it, we do not know, but we would like to weaken the parliamentary power component because we want to bring more integrity to power. Now many people are discussing the union between Zelensky and Tymoshenko, whether this is possible. It's a question to political analysts, not to me. Well, this was comment from Anatoly Gritsenko, who in line with the preliminary exit poll results has got 7.1% of votes. The final results of the exit polls will come later. And quite often, preliminary results of the exit polls more or less, almost more, coincide with the final results of the Election Commission. In result of the exit poll, Boyka has got almost 10%, while Vilko 4%. Let's assume that this is generalized portion of voters ready to stand for pro-Russian, pro-Soviet position. This is almost 14%, which is approximately equal to Yulia Tymoshenko's rating in line with the preliminary exit poll results. My question to Mr. Pekar. Back in 2014, we had a contest between pro-European candidate and another candidate who was perceived as more pro-Moscow candidate. Now, observing these results, this time, whether we can state that that tradition had interrupted, had came to end or not. Unfortunately, appearance of Volodymyr Zelensky had changed the situation radically, first because he had united three groups of people. The first group of people were against all other candidates who believed that corruption was the main evil in this country and who hated everybody and wanted to change all the old politicians. Then in January, absolutely unexpected had happened. Zelensky started to get a lot of votes on the account of those voters who stand for pro-Russian position, because pro-Russian bloc had split into two, Vilko and Boyka, and some voters did not recognize this and had seen Zelensky as their candidate, while many pro-European voters sees Zelensky as their candidate. And this is the reason why Volodymyr Zelensky tried to deviate from all the public discussions during last month, because keeping that silence, he is able to keep to keep all that potential voters. And the third group who is supporting Zelensky, this is part of Yulia Tymoshenko's voters who long ago wanted to support her as a leading candidate, but seeing that Zelensky was getting more votes, they quit Tymoshenko's camp and joined Zelensky's camp. Why I am discussing this, that we should not think that Zelensky's electorate is homogeneous. My colleague Ruslana is now in the Zelensky headquarters. As far as I understand, Zelensky provided no comments. It was quite clear why he was keeping silence before the first round of elections, but why he continues to do this. I am not in the headquarters. I am outdoors of the headquarters. Unfortunately, the connection is very bad inside the headquarters, but believe me, there are crowds and crowds of people inside the headquarters at the moment when the exit polls results were announced. We observed how Zelensky and his team responded. Of course, they showed their joy at that moment, and Zelensky mentioned that it was not unexpected result for him, and then during 5 minutes after this triumph, he answered the questions of journalists, and we asked him why he did not visit the debates here in Suspільне TV, and he mentioned that he was having a concert at that time, and it was more important for him, but during that questions we were pushed out from the rostrum where Zelensky was, and actually we managed to ask just several questions to which they responded like in previous times.
Thank you. That was our colleague who was in the headquarters of Zelensky. If we have some news, we will hear our colleagues. I would like to tell Volodymyr Zelensky that concert in Brovary is more important than the program at Suspільне. People are more important for them. Basically, there are so many people who view Suspільне, and these are people, they watch us, they listen to us, they watch us in YouTube with simultaneous translation into English. If Volodymyr Zelensky doesn't know how TV works, we can tell him. But the person who wants to become the president in the country has to know how it works. Maybe sometimes people who are in arts, they probably shouldn't go into politics. Sometimes. I have no comments, because a person of arts can tell a person of show business how it's all happening. But this is really quite an interesting phenomenon. I continue to look at the previous results of exit polls, and I try to understand. Friends, we saw it once. We saw in the US when Donald Trump was winning, who was never involved into politics. Any comparison with Ronald Reagan doesn't work because Ronald Reagan was in politics. He twice was the governor of the California. He had the trade unions. He had a huge experience of this political, social fighting after he left Hollywood and after he went into big politics. What is the phenomenon of Zelensky? Donald Trump is the Emmanuel Macron. What should we know about that person? Valery Pecker, I believe that any comparison with other countries is not correct. But in principle, all over the world, in all developed countries today, the voters, the citizens are not happy with old political elites because old political elites always say same words. They say a lot, very often they are corrupt, very often they lie, and that is true about dozens of countries. From this point of view, we are Euro-integrated. We have the same situation that was in Italy when the movement of 5 stars came to the parliament. But there's one difference, two pieces of difference. First one, we have the war. Neither in the US, in Italy or Iceland, they didn't have war. And in Ukraine, we don't have the state institutions, the institutions which keep Italy, Germany, Great Britain afloat, where it's not important who becomes the president because the courts are working and they're independent of presidents, local authorities are working. Look at Italy. They have some permanent political crisis, but Italy is developing, businesses is working, people are earning. That is because the institutions are in place and they independent of political authorities. There are several factors here. The factor that this is happening all over the world and some specific feature of Ukraine. Ukrainians didn't have their state for 300 years and they are not used to having their own state and they want to get everything very fast. Like in a fairy tale, the prince will come, will defeat the dragon and most people do not want to think that if you kill a dragon, you become a dragon. But my question is to Timofey Milovanov. I met some discussions in social networks as to the results of these elections. Some people say that in our country we have some foundation of stability which will help us pass very disturbing period. Even if the name of the president changes, but Ukraine has certain resource of stability. Others say just on the contrary, that we shouldn't overestimate this resource. What do you believe? Are we a sustainable, a stable country? Can we afford experiments? Unfortunately, we are not stable country 25, 27 years after we gained independence. Those 25, 27 years, this is the first chance to become independent, first chance for many, many centuries. And our enemy is some big state, but now this is Russia. It could be different. So if we look at what's happening today, if we look at macroeconomic situation, you forgot how the exchange rate went from 8 to 40 when we had no reserves, when we had no army. I do not want to say that this justifies that the reforms are not so quick, but still, I believe that Russia and the Kremlin will test any new president, even if this is the same president, because they always test. They don't just test the Europe, but the USA. There will be the test, and this test will be in summer. when Ukraine, I hope this will not happen, but I expect it will happen in the period between the presidential and parliamentary elections, and there will be the conflict between different political forces who will be competing for voters. And I believe this is the dangerous situation. Unfortunately, our economy is still weak. It's weak because if you look at how much it changed from more standard to modern, we don't see that. The changes are very slow. We stabilize something at macroeconomic level, but there might be a new crisis. So I'm not sure that we're stable. I understand this voting in protest. I would like to protest because I have friends who perished in 14 and 15. I have relatives. This is very personal for me, and I believe it's unacceptable that reforms and changes are so slow and people are so poor. But at the same time, I understand that we have to survive through that, and the protests also brought Yanukovych to power, and I see some danger in that. I don't want people who are protesting. We know how Tymoshenko will behave. We know very little about how Zelensky will behave. We don't even know how he communicates publicly and what is his position in democracy. The voters have the right to know more about the candidate, especially in conditions when there's the threat to independence and to economy. And I hope that in the next 2 or 3 weeks we will learn much more about our main candidate. As one from our studio mentioned, when the politician doesn't come to political talk show, doesn't give an interview, it looks like he's trying to find a job but doesn't come for interview. My question is to the audience. You all saw these preliminary results, according to which most probably Zelensky and Poroshenko will get to the second tour, but that's not final. These are not the data from CEC. Who was surprised by these results? Raise your hands. Who did not expect that these two will be in the second tour? No one was surprised. Only Yulia Volodymyrovna was. But in fact, I don't know. I watched the whole day different forecasts, and it was said that if attendance was too low, then Yulia Volodymyrovna and Petro Alexeyevich will get to the second tour. But I believe that the person who was giving this forecast was wrong. Okay, please introduce yourself. Your comment or question. I'm Vlad. A comment. Can we now in the studio to see the rating of Yuri Tymoshenko? Maybe, my personal opinion, maybe Yuri Tymoshenko took some percentage from the candidate Yulia Tymoshenko. That is a very good question. Please, my colleagues, we have the whole team working. Please send us the results of exit poll. What was the level of support of Yuri Tymoshenko, but not Yulia Tymoshenko? I would like to remind you that now, according to the results, that we have Yuri Tymoshenko wasn't in the first 10. Koshulinsky is the last one, and his result is 1.8. Others received less than 1%. Even if you add 1% to 14% of Yulia Tymoshenko, that would be 15, and Poroshenko has 17.8. But now
ці цифри перевірити. Так,
will be able to check. Yes, less than 1%. That is what our editors say. Even if we add that, the final result is not changed. But we need to recognize that the participation of Юрія Тимошенко in election campaign is like hello from the 90s when such technologies were used.
На жаль.
Unfortunately.
На жаль, у нас ще залишається 5 хвилин.
We have 5 minutes till news. My question is to Larisa Voloshyna. I heard that any president who heads the state, even if the current president is again the president, he will be weak because he was elected not in the first tour but in the second tour. That means that he's supported by few number of voters, and he will still have to come to agreement to the next parliament, and the next parliament will be much more populistic and separated. Do you share the opinion that the next president will be weak? Yes, and it's not just about the parliament. The president, if we are talking about the current president, he has a very high anti-rating. His weakness is related to mistrust of the society. If he tries to return this trust, he has to become populist. Zelensky is a political illusion. It's a product of social advertisement, of propaganda. He's also populistic. Basically, we'll have the president who will be trying to please the majority, and we see what the majority doesn't understand what they want. Fighting corruption, how they want to leave the country, but they want to live here free. And this situation, when the society does not understand what to do because of the mass media campaign, when the distorted reality was created, this will all lead to expectations of the electorate. And any president to become stronger, to have more support, will try to be somehow come to agreement with this majority, and that's the problem. Who saw the servant of the people? Did you like it? The series. Actually, this soap opera, I'm not asking you about the last part of it. Does it affect the choice of the population of our country who believes yes? This is about how art or show business affects the opinion of the viewers. That was clear from the very beginning when the production of the series started, but that was back in 2015. Why the seventh part of Свати, of this soap opera, was shot not in Ukraine? Because there were two actors who cannot enter Ukraine. Zelensky is a good producer, and he knew that he cannot shoot it in Ukraine. But he hoped that the love to this soap opera, that they will not prohibit it in Ukraine, but it was prohibited. The same is with this series. I'm sure that in the very beginning, it wasn't just the strategic decision to become the president, but such ideas, if anything, to have the faction in the parliament, he had it. And in this sense, I agree absolutely with Valery that we have a virtual personality who hasn't been in politics for a single day and who collected these through groups of voters. And yes, that's TV. Most of the information in Ukraine is what the voter gets from the TV. Yes, that's the fact. The fact, according to sociological survey, approximately 80% of Ukrainians, thanks to TV, understand what's happening in the country, and the social network, 20-25% the information they get in social network. Unfortunately, we don't have box check here, and they will not check whether they're mistaken or not. But we have our colleagues from news, and they follow what's happening in the country. Greetings to Vyacheslav Hutin. What have you prepared? Greetings, Pavlo. We follow the events in the country. We have the latest information from the headquarters. We have information from foreign polling stations. You'll hear it in a minute from our news. We'll be looking forward for you to return. In a few minutes, the MP Hanna Gopko and Mustafa Nayyem will join us and will discuss all the results. Why, for example, Oleg Lyashko is losing to Yulia Tymoshenko, is losing in this battle for voters. Why Alexander Vilko gets fewer than Yuri Boyka in battle for voters, and what will be happening with the next president. All that after the news.
Все, мы вышли из эфира. Спасибо вам большое, друзья. Спасибо вам большое. Извините, если немножко кому-то больше, а кому-то меньше дал времени. Спасибо, дорогой. Спасибо, дорогой. Спасибо тебе. Валерий, спасибо вам большое. Очень важные вещи. Да, спасибо.
Ніби і мало говорив, але так.
Дякую дуже. Це 15 хвилин для того, щоб відпочити.
Кожен раз
тому що ті, хто були вони жодного разу не були на війні.
Ні, я ж відчуваю.
Якщо б в їх двір прилетів би 120-й, щоб ви зрозуміли. О, дякую. Тому що забыли, що таке війна.
Костя, ты меня слышишь? Костя, поговори, пожалуйста, со мной. Костя. Костя.
Да, ну так у нас завжди.
Костя.
Так, тому що вони домальовують собі відсотки. Ну просто як, це ж опитування ясно, від кого залежне, ясно, ким воно проведено. Тому тут, я ж кажу, ЦВК нас розслідує.
Костя, поговори, пожалуйста, ладно.
Наші завжди. Ні, вони можуть це робити, але просто результати треба ставити під сумнів, просто залежно від того, хто це проводить.
Скажи, Костя, ты меня слышишь сейчас? Пожалуйста, поговори со мной. Костя. Ты не слышишь меня, нет? Да, нормально. По поводу. Он хочет присоединиться? Да ради бога присоединиться. А?
Ну, хорошо. Тут везде тройки. Оно у нас... Что делаем?
Ничего не делаем, знаешь.
Паша проверить. Так, то есть микрофон у нас все.
Второй. ДРЗ там уже снимали, да. Все есть.
Вообще, в принципе, когда-либо? Нет, там такая очередь, мне страшно туда. Не могу, так нельзя. Нет. Копии. Если можно. Нет. Можно, конечно. Да. Пауэрбанк можно? Пауэрбанк.
У меня нет.
Ну ладно.
Вот у кого есть.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста.
Немножко рваный шнур.
Ой, да ладно. Главное, чтобы он работал. Все, спасибо. Уже? Так быстро? Вы кого-то обокрали?
Нет, ни в коем случае.
Побили?
Нет, я просто забрала.
А можно куда-то сесть? А, вот туда я стану. Расскажите мне, что будет.
Будет прямой эфир. Павло Казарін, ведучий. В студії ви і Анна Бобко.
Я кажу, если...
Думаю, нет. А может и не включится.
Так.
Ну, вот как-то так.
Кто у вас был до этого?
У нас было с 19:30.
Жахливо все у вас, да. Нічого так, да. Починається ці лестощі.
Це не лестощі, це щира правда.
А що за малолетки у вас тут, я не можу понять.
В смысле, малолетки? Это студенты третьего курса.
Пиздец. Вас нет, не думайте. Так уже не до французского. Какой-то адський треш. Пане Євгене, радий вас бачити. Ну що?
Ну що, награлися.
Піздець.
Це нормально. А може ми бачили це. Настрій в мене не хороший. Я чомусь думав, що такі...
Я думал, что не будет такой разрыв.
Да.
13% это очень много.
Ми з Юлією Подоленко там 3,5-3,7 десь. Це замало, звичайно, тому що наваляється. Ну, я думаю, нічого не зміниться. Вона не вирве.
Не, сейчас нет, уже нет.
4 екзит-полів, практично один в один.
Нереально. Вопрос, что дальше?
Далі вони будуть між собою думати, кого на свою сторону залучити з цієї п'ятірки чи шестірки.
Ну, Гриценко сказал, что он не поддержит Порошенко.
Ну, не треба подумати, хто кого підтримує просто. І як це робити.
І яким чином це... Ні, просто підтримка деяких кандидатів може бути навіть втратою, розумієте? Якщо Бойко зараз підтримує когось. Що? Чесно, я про це думав. Весь день.
Менше вона зараз, наскільки мені сказали, наші джерела, вона моментально почала переговори з Зеленським.
Я це знаю. Проблема в іншому.
І там Коломойський над ними, якби колпак.
Проблема в іншому.
Якщо він піде на те, що вона була прем'єр-міністром, вона погодиться, звичайно.
Да, але він втратить тоді.
Звичайно. Ну, я думаю, що Гриценко він дарма нічого не дозволив
якщо він, Петро, скаже, що мій прем'єр Гриценко,
очевидно, а як ж?
тоді так. Да.
Ну там тоді є хто у нас ще? Ну там є Бойко і Вілкул. Бойко, очевидно, може з Зеленським спомогти.
Слухайте, насправді це боротьба йде зараз між Порошенко і Коломойським, да?
Ну да.
Но это не совсем честно. Честно было сказать, что между Коломойским, Порошенко и Ахметовым. Порошенко и Ахметов в одну сторону. А это означает, что Вилкул станет туда. Бойко не переломает, станет туда. Вот.
Бойко туда?
Конечно. Медведчук — это вся история. Куда? Он за Зеленского пойдет, что ли? Нет. Просто Беню все боятся. То есть, если я вам оставлю ключи, вы не сбежите с ним, да?
Да я постараюсь, но у нас
С радостью не надо.
я даже не буду опираться никуда, ничего не сделаю.
Олег-сан. Хубастин Ташакар. А, да? Сколько будет эфир длиться всего? С утра? Но завтра, потому что завтра я улетаю. Надо эмигрировать, все. Пережду эту штурм. Не, я шучу.
Морда большая тут ясно.
Можем говорить. Да, скажете. Да, понятно. Буде дуже добре, дякую вам. А там стоять, сидіти. Ну, як говорю.
Трошки. Давайте я сам.
Доброго дня. Сюди?
Да. Може. Более-менее.
Ганна Миколаївна прийшла? Доброго дня. Ганна Миколаївна Гопко вже тут?
Миколаївна не доїжджає, біжить.
Так, куди йти? Добрий.
Все?
Я привітаюсь з Павлом. А на яке? На будь-яке?
Ну, там поправил.
Здравствуйте, Павел.
Здравствуйте, привет, дорогой. Ну как?
Нормально, пиздец.
Я смотрю, тут все
Куда идти, кому?
Ну, они же все ставят Юлию Владимировну на третье место.
Да не, Юля, все.
Идите на хлеб.
У нас вот места к нам еще Быстринский. Ты какой Быстринский?
Отлично.
И у нас будет 2 10-минутных блока. 10 минут, потом новости и снова 10 минут эфира.
Хорошо, хорошо. Куда стать? Сесть?
Мне все равно куда.
Откуда лучший вид? Здрасте. Где операторы стоят?
У нас камеры вон по кругу, видите?
А, хорошо. Хорошо. Тогда я сяду.
Витаю.
С чего вы хотите начать рассказывать? Есть какой-то вот случай? Может быть, ты откуда-то приехал, и вы себя там...
Пиздец, что я хочу сказать. Пиздец. Я не знаю. Не, слушай, вообще вот хочешь, скидывай на меня любую тему, я начну. Я подхвачу.
Да не вопрос, просто когда у нас до этого Слава Береза был, он приехал из-под ЦВК, он говорит, давай расскажи, что там происходит.
А, не, я нигде. Я целый день сидел в экзит-полах, ты же видел.
Хорошо, добре. Ну, тоді я просто...
Ну да, скажу.
Твої відчуття від
Да.
даних екзит-полу, які оприлюднені.
Да.
И у нас будет короткое, где-то на 1,5 минутки включение из Германии, где украинские избиратели голосуют.
Отлично. Отлично.
Внимание, всем 5-0 до выхода. Если занимаем свои места, 5-0 до выхода в эфир.
Показувати обличчя та називати ім'я дозволу не дав. Його позбавили волі у 27 років. Зараз йому 55. Розповів, що засуджений за подвійне вбивство.
Я голосував, в принципі, за європейські цінності. Як сила каже, що Європі не
Добрее? Повода нет.
Посміхніться, нарешті.
Добре. Ми продовжуємо обговорювати результати національного екзит-полу, який ставить Юлію Тимошенко на 3-е місце передвиборчі в першому турі. Друге місце відводить Петру Порошенко, а перше Володимиру Зеленському.
Відберіть таки там кошельок.
Скажите мне, подскажите, если у нас будет Саша Голубев, да?
Станом на 11 годину на цій виборчій дільниці проголосувало більше половини виборців. 61 чоловік з 99 зареєстрованих. Яка в середньому явка на виборах на території установ відбування покарань, сказав начальник відділу соціально-виховної роботи Сергій Субетов.
Можна озвучити, в принципі, явка 100%.
Ми зрозуміти, яку країну побачимо першу.
Сейчас мы 10 секунд включения в новости. Наш ведущий Павел включится в новости. Потом новостная отбивка. И мы в эфире.
И потом начинаем работать туда. Окей.
Новостная отбивка 14 секунд.
Ага. Привіт. Нормально, це прямий ефір.
Увага, приготувалась, увага, Павло. Увага. Увага, всі вийшли з студії.
Ви сидіть.
5 секунд. Підходимо, увага.
Дякуємо, колеги.
Thank you, dear colleagues. We continue to discuss the preliminary results of exit polls, which were released at 8 p.m. We try to understand in what country we will awake on April 1st and on the April 22nd. And we try also understand what country we have seen in results of the first round of presidential elections. Probably you'll agree that it's interesting.
Радіо Свобода.
Dear friends, as far as I understand, we are back on the air. My name is Pavlо Казарін, and we continue to discuss what we have already seen. We have seen the results of the national exit poll and all the exit polls which were held by our colleagues from other TV channel, TSN, Sources 112, approximately 34% has got Volodymyr Zelensky, approximately 18% were got by Poroshenko, and approximately 14% were got by Yulia Tymoshenko. If CVK will count similarly, then Poroshenko and Zelensky will go to the second round of presidential election, but it's not final result. Mustafa Nayyem, Hanna Gapko, MPs, and Yevgeny Bystritsky had joined us. My question to Mustafa Nayyem. Today I've seen several news releases with reference to you that Zelensky and Tymoshenko may look at the opportunity to unite unite their forces in the second round of presidential elections. Can you confirm or reject this? Well, I'm not a representative of the Tymoshenko's headquarters, but there is an initiative of Tymoshenko to change the rules of the game, the rules for the parliamentary election, that the party which wins will get more voices in the parliament. But traditionally or historically, the results of preliminary exit polls more or less will coincide with the final result of elections. That is what we have seen in 2014 and in 2010. And if Tymoshenko would support one of those leaders of one of the leaders, then this candidate would get absolute majority. As far as I remember, 40% of her voters are ready to confirm to support Zelensky. Yes, let's support. Ms. Gabko, whether it is a possibility that some voices will go to Poroshenko in the second round of elections? If yes, whose candidates will support current president in the second round? I am not a political technologist. Those candidates who lose in the first round, whether they will convince their voters to support either Zelensky or Poroshenko, I'm not sure. But irrespectively of the candidates, and irrespectively who would go to the second round, I believe that it is the most important for Ukrainians to be responsible and vote in line with the current situation, not listening to any recommendations from other candidates, because we understand that the second round of presidential elections actually results in the election of the president. This would be the final result. This is extremely responsible step, and I believe that this high attendance at the first round proves that people take it responsibly. And by the way, I believe this is a good result of decentralization, which had covered 30% of the territories. There was an opinion that in the first round of elections we vote for somebody, while in the second round we vote against the candidate who we hate or for the least evil. But what happens in the other countries, in Germany, the future how the future president is elected. Alexander Golubov works for Deutsche Welle and who now stays in Bonn. He will comment on this issue. Happy to see you, Pavlo. Can you describe the voting process in Germany and what Germans think about current presidential campaign? Those voters who wanted to vote had to line in queues, especially in the middle of the day. In the morning, it was possible to vote without any queues, but not so many voters wanted to do that. I understand that I am requesting for your subjective opinion, but what's your opinion? How do Ukrainians abroad vote? Whether they vote for the commander-in-chief or they vote for a person who is able to overcome corruption, or what is their attitude? I'm neither politician nor political technologist, so I believe that all our voters here, they complied with the rules of election campaign. They stuck with the rule of silence on the election day. And I suggest not to speculate on the final result beforehand. Thank you to Alexandra. It was our colleague from Deutsche Welle. I have finished the session of incorrect questions with my colleague. Now I am preparing the session of incorrect questions here in studio. So, Mr. Bystrzycki, how do you think, keeping in mind that level of tensions, all that hot discussions in society, which somehow reminded me the religious wars, whether this future president will be able to become the president for the entire country. For several last days, I had become the president of the National Exit Poll Council. For me, it is an important mission which unites three sociological institutions, KMIS, Razumkov Center, in the National Exit Poll Center. And any attempts to compromise the four sociological companies, they coincide more or less in figures. And by the way, in many presidential campaigns, there was such a dilemma presented. Either we will fight in a war, or we will fight against corruption. Actually, this is an artificial dilemma, because actually the dilemma is between pro-European Ukraine and pro-Russian Ukraine. That's why much will depend on the second round. Much will depend on who will be elected by Ukrainians. That's why the compromise is possible. I do not exclude an opportunity that Zelensky and the third candidate will come to some degree of understanding, although for me it looks a doubtful reality. The same similar is when some candidates today continues to say, I will remain independent, and I will not find a trade-off with another leading candidate. This brings me to the second question to Mustafa Nayyem before I will give the floor to our colleagues from Liberty Radio. So that change which we observed from 2014, whether this radical change to the pro-European future is irreversible now, whether we have passed that bifurcation point when it was possible to reverse to the former empire. We have Mr. Boyka, we have Mr. Smishko, who is supported by Mr. Vedуччук. Unfortunately, two candidates which are becoming leaders. They have some relations to the pro-Russian forces. Those who are going to the second round should clearly delineate their positions from pro-Russian forces. And actually, in the second round, we will have Mr. Poroshenko against Mr. Kolomoisky. And at that moment, the question, what will happen when we vote for the each of candidate, will become the most tough question for everybody. So let's try to understand which Ukraine we will have in summer months later. But now we are connecting to our colleagues from Radio Liberty. I can see my colleague Levko. Levko, can you hear me? What have you prepared for us? The floor is yours. As we have seen, after release of the exit polls results, the press conference by Tymoshenko had demonstrated and referred to abnormal attendance in Donbas region, but our correspondents had been working in the polling stations in Donbas almost the entire day, and we would like to show you Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and later on go to the administrative border with Crimea. So my colleagues in Mariinka are ready to inform us whether it's possible to say about abnormal attendance and incorrect results when she comments on the exit poll figures. Romana, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Why we have chosen Mariinka to cover elections in Donbas? Because in the latest presidential election in 2014, Mariinka was not voted because Ukrainian armed forces had liberated this settlement only on August 5th, and this is the latest elections here during last 9 years. That's why for Mariinka it's extremely important. Neither observers nor representatives of the candidates have not reached this polling station. That's why exclusively armed forces were voting, servicemen and officers. And there are some nuances. We are in 400 meters from the contact line, and the servicemen had to substitute their colleagues at the checkpoints at the along the contact line and vote. Business of Zelensky in Russia. The first political scandal in the midst of a presidential campaign was about Zelensky. So we are 400 meters from the contact line. Thus, 2 people would remain on duty, and 2 their colleagues would come to vote. It's enough time to allow everybody to cast a ballot. Today we are voting for the future of our children. First of all, when we are thinking about elections, we think about civil population. We had 5 polling stations in Mariinka this time during presidential elections, and as far as we know, as of 6 p.m., 42% of voters had voted what was important was participation in voting of those people who remain at the non-controlled territories. We are very much awaiting, very much seeking for better life. We should not remain there. We should vote. Are you going to vote today? Yes, I'm going to vote. Why? Because we have to vote. These are people who are crossing the checkpoints, and we had attended this checkpoint several times during today, and there were not so many people crossing the checkpoint. And by the way, today's voting campaign in Mariinka was quiet, despite the fact that it is only several hundred meters from the contact line. After Mariinka, which is very close to contact line, let's go to the administrative border with Crimea, where Irina Damashenko would inform us about latest news in course of voting. Irina, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because despite of technical difficulties, Irina, can you hear me? And can you repeat your last phrase? Well, unfortunately, we're experiencing technical difficulties. This happens at the administrative border with Crimea. A resident of Zhytomyr, Alexander, demonstrates his president. It's quite clear. It's quite clear. Yulia Vladimirovna will become a president. What Tymoshenko did do to the country, while this Kievan family is against Tymoshenko and Poroshenko, these people are relocated from Donetsk. Vladimir is in your face in policy. Alexander, the former serviceman, now stands for the veterans in Zhytomyr. Alexander lives in Zhytomyr and gets 9,000 hryvnia. This my two sons who work in Kiev, and the whole family stands for Yuri Boyka. Well, Russia is our neighbor, and you should live in peace with your neighbors. This Kiev stands for Yulia Tymoshenko, and he believes that Tymoshenko will bring better life. Hanna trusts to Yulia Tymoshenko, even gas contract, which was recognized void by Stockholm arbitration, was a right step. This voter watches Russian political show. These women believe that Russian mass media devote so much time to Petro Poroshenko because they're against him. And we should support a current president because he won't entertain this country. And this family believes that Poroshenko's presidency is continuation of the revolution of dignity. And I stood at Maidan, and I will describe this to my grandchildren. This former serviceman gave his vote to Anatoly Grisenko, the former Minister of Defense. You should not look at politics as at a show, and I believe that people vote for candidates who are not politicians. Sergei and Yulia had come to Kiev from Donetsk, and they left former life in Donetsk. They don't have their own residential property in Kiev, and they are offended with the fact that that many promises of politicians were forgotten. This family supports Volodymyr Zelensky because he is a new politician. When you say that there is Kolomoisky behind him, but actually Kolomoisky is behind all the candidates. All those people whom we had shown, they have their own reasons for voting for their own candidate. For different candidates, all the choices are different, but all of them are sure that indifference to elections may ruin this country. Because of the indifference, we have that terrible situation in Donbass. This position of indifference means that you are not concerned about your country. Radio Liberty.
I would like to remind you that this is the joint project between Suspільне, Radio Liberty and Voice of America. Countdown the night of elections. Now, Suspільне. The floor is yours. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Levko. This is the countdown at Suspільне. I am Pavlo Казарін. We continue to discuss it. This is an interesting information which is on the website Українська Правда, and they state that the candidate Zelensky is more actively supported in the east and south of the country, 42%, and in the east, almost 31%. The candidate Poroshenko has more support in the west and the center. My question is to Ganna Gubko. Can we say that we see a new regional distribution of votes, similar to what we've seen in the last 25 years, when the East and South were voting for one candidate, Center and West for another one, or now we see the competition between different agendas, which the voter sees behind Poroshenko and Zelensky. From the moment of intervention of Russian Federation to Ukraine, Ukrainians got the possibility from occupied Crimea and Donbass, leaving their homes, finally discover the whole Ukraine for themselves. They went to different cities, and we as the political nation have become stronger within these 5 years, and the regional what Russian Federation was talking about, that the country is divided, that was in the past. But I hope that we will, with each elections, will be getting closer and closer together when the agendas of the candidates will be similar. Ukraine will be more united. What is important for the next 5 years? It's important to strengthen what we had when in the constitution we put the gaining the membership in NATO and the EU, when Ukrainian army from the scratch became unique, and 250,000 of military who have experience. Next week there will be 70 years since NATO was founded. 5 countries were celebrating their 15 years. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they are the members of Alliance for 15 years. When will Ukraine become the member of Alliance? I hope that the next 5 years is the moment of strengthening, not just non-return. We're talking about how not to lose and how not to ruin what we have. Next 5 years in London, where there will, so basically when there is the summit in London, we need to talk about membership in NATO. After the association agreement and visa-free regime, we need to do something so that in 2027 we get the membership. All those Ukrainians who enjoy visa-free regime, I remember how when I was the first year student, I had to go to Paris because I won some competition. I came from Lviv to Kiev. I brought my passport. Then 3 weeks later, I came again to Kiev to get visa. And on the one hand, we need to value what we have, but on the other hand, we need to have more ambitious plans. And Poroshenko would have to make personal conclusions. You cannot be half pregnant. You cannot serve to God and Mammon. Medvedchuk, Rotterdam Plus, Akhmetov, and other things. The victory of Zelensky is the consequence that these years' attention wasn't paid to real problems of people, and especially some media played the role of pro-Kremlin representatives, and they are not media. But my question is, and that's what you were saying, I agree that we understand well both advantages and deficiencies of the current president. That is what Mustafa Nayyem said, that is what you said, and Valery Pekar, who was here before, he also said that the voter who votes for Poroshenko more or less understands what expects him. He understands what president could be Petro Poroshenko, but the problem is I have no confidence in what President Zelensky will be, because he doesn't give many interviews, he doesn't talk. He has to come to you to debates. My question is, a minute to Mustafa Nayyem, to you, and then to Evgen. Who is Mr. Putin? They were asking about the future president of Russia. Now, who is Mr. Zelensky? I do not know Zelensky personally. I saw him only twice. I sympathize with his vote. As I understand what they want changes, they need them. I like them. As to Zelensky, I can tell you, so that you understand, first 3 weeks after electing, the president has to appoint the head of the security service, the minister of foreign affairs, the minister of defense, general prosecutor, 24 governors, their deputies, the deputies of security service in all the regions. All these people will be directly responsible. It's not about money, about his decisions. Where this money will
come from. Zelensky has never been in politics, but he says, I will find these people. I want to hear the name of the general prosecutor of Zelensky, then I will make a decision. The head of the security service. And now my question is, once he doesn't have these people, where will he get them? Someone will offer them, propose them, and I think logically. Tell me, what's the guarantee that at the moment when he makes these decisions, next to him there will be you or some other intelligent person? My experience of 12 years in journalism says that next to the president, there are usually people who are cynical. They understand how administrative apparatus is working, and those who have resource, money, TV channels. And until I hear from Mr. Zelensky how he will be selecting these people, for me, he is the person who will, like Petro Poroshenko, will come to agreement with oligarchs, will give them flows, will give them companies, and I don't see any other way out. And the next question. And that's on Petro Poroshenko. We know who is Mr. Poroshenko. That's true. Now, today in the comment he said, I heard the voters of Zelensky. I want to see the document signed by blood. I don't know how to trust this person. Where he will say that this, and this I will do. If I don't do that, I will resign. We don't hear that. They believe that that's the way to victory. Kononenko, Gladkovsky, they believe that's all right. I haven't heard any reflections from the president, what he will do with these people. And we can see now the activity of voters as of 8 p.m. We can see where there were most active voters, where people decided not to go to elections. We have only 4 minutes left to give the floor to Radio Liberty and the minute to Hanna and Evgen. Again, who is Mr. Zelensky? At night he was on TV channel of Kolomoisky, his virtual TV. I would like to see Zelensky in your studio with others so that we can ask questions, so that the Ukrainian society doesn't buy a cat and a dog, but the issues of Nord Stream 2 and transit agreements with the Russian Federation, the issue of the occupation of Crimea. That is what is under the president, who will be in the team, and whether the people will take the responsibility. That's the head of foreign intelligence also. People should understand that they give the country to this manager who has, at least, if he doesn't understand things, because from the interview I saw with Alamazur, I believe certain criteria are to be set for the presidential candidates. I hope that will approve, will include it into the new law, the test in Ukrainian language. I would fail probably this test. What do you think about that? Mr. Zelensky is an imagination about the needed president and what he has to do and what Poroshenko didn't do. That is the imagination of youth, people who are saying, we are for changes. What would I advise? I would hint, maybe not to Zelensky, but to a different candidate who will participate in the second tour. He has to do or substantiate what he hasn't done. And it wasn't that he didn't hear the voters of Zelensky. He did not make the part of civil society closer to him, the part of the society which was working on European standards, who was helping to
work on association agreement with a free regime. He did not become closer to them, and they did not become closer to him. And the lifts were not created for this part of the civil society. And there are people next to me, people who could be with him. If he hears me, if he hears these people, but not the voters of Zelensky, then he would get a chance for those issues which he didn't resolve because of closeness, because he was closed. Maybe he would have a chance in the second tour. Now we can hear, listen to Yegor Shataila, who's moderating the discussion at YouTube. He's asking questions, he's following what people write in comments. Yegor, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yes. I would like to remind the first question we asked to our YouTube audience, what will you do if not your candidate wins? And we have answers. This is not a representative question. To immigrate from the country, 33%, 11% go to Maidan, but 44% support pro-Western course. And 11% gave their option, and one of them is irrespective of who wins, Ukraine has to live. And the audience had questions to studio. We have little time. We'll return to you. Thank you, Yegor. Follow all that people are writing in comments. 44% say be quiet and clean your integration machine gun. But we need to have election debates before the second tour. That's what Mr. Poroshenko said. He's watching the program. We'll be happy if the candidates come to us before the second tour. Now we can hear our colleagues from the Radio Liberty. We remind that we have a joint project with the Radio Liberty and Voice of America. Thank you, colleagues. Radio Liberty during this day was following voting, not in the regions in the capital, in pre-front zone, but in Europe. My colleague will tell us about the reaction from Brussels. I called to the head of the polling station, and the result is 672 people attended, and that is high attendance. First half of the day there were lines that the embassy of Ukraine in Brussels hasn't heard. Because of the good weather, most of the voters came in the first half of the day. That's what they were talking about. What can I... There are always doubts. I was thinking about my consciousness that we are fighting every year. I go to Ukraine, I see how Ukraine changes and the situation in Ukraine and Ukrainian mentality changes. The country's changing. So the voting was quiet, there were no violations. The only observer that I saw said that this voting is a perfectly organized procedure. The Brussels demonstrated a high result, talking about attendance. People would come not only from Brussels, but from other towns of Belgium and even from Luxembourg, because this is one polling station for two countries. And the next thing that we will wait for from Brussels is the reaction of the European Union. But this is just the first tour, and we will hear comments only tomorrow after international observers give their conclusions. Thank you, Grigori. Radio Liberty was following voting of Ukrainians abroad in the US and Europe and Asia. The next one is Prague. Rostislav will tell us about latest news from there.
The last voter now is here on Praga. The last voter had left the polling station 20 minutes ago. Before that, people had been queuing in lines and they had to wait for 1 or 2 hours. All those people had come I asked all my questions to a representative of the polling station, and she confessed that there were between 3,700 and 4,000 voters. But in Prague, we have 21,000 of potential voters registered in Prague. Actually, this is only 1/5 who managed to vote. The election commission behind those windows had started its work, and we may expect that the voting results from Prague and Brno would arrive soon. We should not underestimate or overestimate the elections. During last elections, 50,000 voters voted abroad. It's not extremely big figure, and we do not know whether it will be more or less this time. And still we have hopes that attendance will be higher. So you can see the election commission, and they are voting the ballots, and they are voting the vouchers of ballots. So, and then they would compare both numbers. The latest voting will finish in San Francisco, while several, like in Canberra, Australia, had already finished their work and started counting the votes. So the first round of voting is approaching to its end, and now we are analyzing the results, learning lessons, and thinking how to improve the process. The foreign polling stations still continue to work, and now we are analyzing exit polls in Ukraine, and how the figure 34% by Volodymyr Zelensky was perceived in Europe. As of now, we do not know. We expect to get some responses tomorrow. I asked people for what they were voting. They voted for independence from Ukraine, for European values. People want to see Ukraine in the European Union. People want to see Ukraine integrated to the EU. they stand for anti-corruption too. I did not ask people to confess for whom they had voted, but we understood for what they had been voting. And we understand that people had demonstrated a huge patience standing in line for more than 2 hours. This shows that they try to maintain ties with Ukraine. They try to remain responsible citizens, and they want to express their will. Thank you, Rostislav. I would like to remind you that you are watching a joint project of Suspilne Television, Radio Liberty, and the Voice of America countdown. The Voice of America. Good evening. I'm in Washington, D.C. In the polling stations, we have 5 hours left before the end of voting. We had seen only 500 voters by now. Keeping in mind that we have only 7,000 voters registered here, while we have New York, San Francisco, in Los Angeles polling stations, and in New York also they have inconsiderable results. We made assumptions why people are not showing this huge attendance. Unfortunately, only 4 polling stations are in the United States, while here in Washington, D.C., people have to vote coming from Ohio, Texas. People had to cross to cover a huge distance, 15 hours by car, to stay in a motel to come to this polling station. I don't hear your question. I don't hear your question. As for the procedure of voting, we had no complications. We did not have any lines. Unfortunately, several people which arrived, they have not found in the list of voters, but we offered the official counselor was present here, and he allowed to register them. Whether there were any interesting stories which you witnessed when staying in the polling stations, the most interesting was when first people. This was a young couple who had reached the age of 18 years of age, and they had been voting for the first time. Very interesting. Many people came with children. Usually a bus from Ogaya arrives. Also, people from Northern Carolina had to arrive. I recollect 2014, and it seems to me that at that time people were more excited. we are ready to give the floor to our colleagues from Суспільне TV. This is the countdown program. Thank you, Levko. Thank you, Radio Liberty. Probably we will have them later. Definitely we will have them later. I've been waiting for this very moment for a long time. I'm happy to invite Miroslava Barčuk to the studio. Good evening, everybody. How are you without me? I have first news for you in line with exit polls. Volodymyr Zelensky had got first position with more than 34%. Petro Poroshenko is in second position. He has got a bit more than 17%. The third is Yulia Tymoshenko with 14%. Okay, you're leaving me with all that mess here, and this was my colleague Pavlo Казарін, and I'm happy to see you. Thank you, the audience, that you are supporting us. We have a political analyst Фесенка, Дмитро Крапивенко from Політичний тиждень, and Наталя Соколенко from Громадське радіо. Natalia is a civic activist who has been fighting for judiciary reform for more than 3 years. My first question will be to Volodymyr Fesenko. I recollect, Volodymyr, our discussions on air when Volodymyr first appeared in the sociological picture, and you tried to convince me that this was just a dark horse, and that Ukrainians would vote not for him. Or would vote for somebody from official power. I've never been saying that people would vote for somebody from power, but Zelensky, for me, represents electoral Maidan. This is actually a position against all the politicians. This demonstrates there is massive disagreement and unhappiness with all the political elites. So you believe that this 1/3 of voices for this showman could mobilize some voters of the second candidate. It had frightened the voters of the second candidates. Those people who vote for Poroshenko, they are pragmatic people who vote him as for the least evil. These are people who does not like Yulia Tymoshenko, and recently those who do not want Zelensky in power, that joined the voters of Poroshenko. That's why I believe that Poroshenko successfully used all that fears of voters, but Zelensky had used positive emotions of voters. It's a kind of neurotic reaction. Our society is in a situation of huge political neurotic state, and Zelensky is a reflection of this diagnosis. Those who are afraid of Zelensky, don't be afraid. It's not a collapse. Irrespectively who would win in presidential elections, would face quite different choice in the parliamentary election. Let's look at the latest release of the central election per Poroshenko 26.26 for, Zelensky 23.22% for, Tymoshenko Yulia Volodymyrівna 16.94% for. We have a representative of the Voters Committee of Ukraine, Ms. Natalia. Natalia, can you hear us? Is our understanding correct that this elections day did not experience any huge violations, despite that people near the Central Election Commission? Yes, that's right. The day of election witnessed no any considerable breaches of violation. There was some single attempts to falsify ballots. There were some attempts to sell ballots. There were some attempts, violations as to the registers of voters, but there were inconsiderable breaches and some minor cases when people tried to help disabled people, etc. Natalia, I would like to ask a different question about my concerns. What does the Voters Committee think about those suspicious people who had gathered near the Central Election Commission, about that tents which they've put there? Probably this is in a template of those candidates who lose, who had been losing in these elections. They having got the results of preliminary exit polls, they started this Plan B, started implementation of that Plan B. Probably they are trying to launch this scenario. It was Natalia Linnek from the Voters Committee of Ukraine.
I have the same question to Natalia Sokolenko, and that is what I asked Volodymyr Fisenko. This third of Ukrainians that is voting for Zelensky, is that the riot against something that Ukrainian authorities did wrong, or are we within the trend of the whole world when those who are anti-system, anti-establishment are rioting? As to which project is Zelensky, how political it was from the very beginning, I mean the serial servant of the people. I will tell you a story. I was among the activists who were preparing some activities in 2016 for the Constitution, 20th anniversary of Constitution of Ukraine, and we were selecting some popular people so that they write in their Twitters, read the Constitution, look at where your rights are. And Yulia Kirichenko, the head of the political law, she says, let us tell Zelensky, we say, let us say, tell that Zelensky. She saw a couple of series and she immediately said, that's a political project based on the serial. She said, that's a political project, and then we did not involve Zelensky into our group of promoters of Constitution. We involved Vakarchuk, maybe we had to do that and influence Zelensky. As to trends, in the neighboring country, Slovak Republic, the trend is different. The president of Slovak Republic became the lady, the anti-corruptionist, and the rival of Russian Federation, the hero of today's Zelensky. The press conference, what? Okay, okay. Relax. You have seen the press conference of our guarantor. He again said that I am a puppet of Kolomoisky. Well, the guarantor says that. I have one question. He will see it. I have a question. But are you the puppet of Svirnarchuk? Is Svirnarchuk your puppet? Tell it to our guarantor. So how are you? What's your mood? Great, you like it here. Once you don't leave the school, we thank you. If you have... Are you ready for debates? Yes, I'm ready. Poroshenko, not Poroshenko, what's the difference? By the way, yes, may I answer? Thank you. I want to answer. Our team will work till morning and will be standing for our results. Kiev Post, I see you. We are ready to any result. Sergei had a question. Tell Volodymyr, between the first and the second tour, you promised that you will tell the names. I said till the end of the second tour. Okay. Can you now give us the names till the end of the second tour? Not earlier. We can meet with you earlier, cooperate, talk, discuss different topics. I want all the journalists to understand that I'm an open person. I'm ready for any interview. I have little time in life. But by the end of the second tour, we will show, I believe, 5 of our people. You will see them, 5. With who are you ready to get united? And what will you tell Vladimir Putin when you meet him? Your first words. Is there a date when I meet Putin? If you want to be the president, that is probable. Yes, probable. If I meet with Mr. Putin, I will tell, finally, you returned our territories. How much money are you ready to compensate for taking our territories and helping people who participated in escalation? You helped them during all their way. I'm Veronica. I'm from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal. Oh, God. Tell me, the members of your team, when will you name the members of your team? You have so nice Ukrainian. I answered that question. By the end of the second tour, I want to show 5 of the members of our team. Who will be the prime minister? The expert, professional, no name now. If you become the president. Are you saying it with optimism? Thank you. So basically, we are on air. Look, friends, our audience, many were laughing. But friends, that's not funny. That's a new political reality. This is a person who won. The person who will bring to parliament his parliamentary force, which is called servant of people. That's the new political reality of Ukraine. My question is to Dmytro Krapivенko. Dmytro, what do you think about that? And how much you agree? how much riot is there against the old political elites, how many are there of anti-systemic people, and how much people are poisoned by the media product that affected the voters for the leader of the campaign. Let's imagine that we are doctors and we are conducting analysis. I would put the first one, the one you named the last. So much presence of some person in TV. I don't remember. I observe it. I have never that has never happened before. All our NGOs that monitor mass media, they're focused on finding some pieces that are ordered. There's like Boyka Intercom channel. But the presence of Zelensky, the experts, and there were few people who were saying that that's political project. And the NGOs that are monitoring, okay, there's a show, there's a person who's present in there. It would be interesting to share, to count the share of 1+1 channel that is taken by all Zelensky's projects. This person has become like a member of the family. People turn on the TV and they have Goloborodko or Zelensky or 95th quarter with them. So there was this intoxication right against the system. All Ukrainian politicians are guilty in that when they were in opposition, they were saying, we need new faces, we're new. Several times, like in Russian roulette. They missed the team of Ведучі, didn't work, Sergei Tegibko had the third position. And there's a world trend. Yes, there's Slovak Republic, then Italy, we know who won the USA. This is the version Ukrainian Trump. According to Guardian, to their survey, within the last 20 years, the populists are now more present, 3 times more present in authorities. Thank you. We will now, Lev Kostek, our colleague from Radio Liberty. Levko, what's your perception of these 30% given to Zelensky? He had this press conference, and our audience perceives his behavior with fun. How do you perceive the new political reality of Ukraine? First of all, I would like to say that we need to emphasize that these are just preliminary data. And ahead, there's the counting of votes, where the answer will be given to the main intrigue, who got the second and the third position. And on that, the development of events will happen, because that's when we decide who's the next president of Ukraine. This is the joint project between Radio Liberty, Voice of America, and Suspільне TV, which is called Countdown the Night of Elections. Now the floor to our colleagues from Washington, D.C. Greetings, Kiev. This is Voice of America. I am Mирослава Барчук. We are in the center, in the heart of Washington, next to the Congress of the USA. Today, there are many Ukrainians in the American capital who came for elections from different parts of the country. At the polling station, there were people from Florida. It's 15 hours driving. There were people from Texas and a few interesting guests. I invited some of them. We have Snezhana Ishuk. She lives in McLean, that's Virginia state. Lesia Kuzik, who is from Lviv. Snezhana is from Vinnytsia region. Lesia is from Lviv. She arrived by plane from Boston. And Olena Gubatenko. Olena was driving for 8 hours to just vote within 1 minute. You live in Columbia, that's the South Carolina. And I know you are not alone, you came with your husband and friends. Why? What pushed you? We will be returning to Ukraine, and I want to participate in elections and elect the president with who I will live for 5 next years. Lesa, you came from Boston, so that our people know it's 700 kilometers. You spent your own money to come here. Is the vote of one person worth such efforts? Of course. It's worth. The election campaign in Ukraine was so difficult. Ukrainian community follows that. And that is why every vote is valuable. And all those who feel, who vote, they have Ukrainian passports and they have close connection with Ukraine, they need to give their vote because future depends on us. Snezhana, you didn't drive for 8 hours, but I know that you've been in America for 13 years, but you are still the citizen of Ukraine. Many of our viewers will not understand why people live in the US so long and they're still the citizens of Ukraine. I have close connection with Ukraine. All my family, parents, my sister, my brother, they live in Ukraine. Twice a year I go there and I really follow all the events. Do I plan to become the citizen of the USA? No, not in the future. I'm not planning that because I relate my future life with Ukraine. I'm still here, but all my plans are to return to Ukraine. Olena, you live far from Ukraine. Tell me how you were electing. I follow the events. It's not just Facebook. I read different websites, not just in Ukrainian, but in English and in Russian. I follow what's happening. I read the programs of the candidates, and I hope that I made the right choice. I thought about that. It was not just emotions, Lesa. What do you think? Your view as a citizen who lives outside of Ukraine, how does it differ from views of people who live in Ukraine? I believe that the difference is that Ukrainian voters are naive because that's a young democracy, and unfortunately this campaign showed how dirty and unfair it could be and not always understood, and many people perceive that emotionally, and I believe I am a part of Ukrainian community which helps Ukraine a lot from the beginning of Maidan. We don't have much time left. These were the thoughts of the citizens of Ukraine who live in the US, spend their time and money to vote. Thank you, Ukraine. Thank you, Zaroslav. Now the Vitaly Porchnikov joined me. Greetings. A short secret, you came to the studio in a good mood, you were smiling. Has something made you laugh? Is it related to results of voting? I believe these are the first presidential elections where I cannot sit for the whole night, and that's why I am so happy, because 20 years I wait for the results for the whole night and I try to explain it to people. I talk to strange people who are called Ukrainian politicians. Now you are doing it, your reaction, your impressions. For many, that was a surprise. because most votes were given for a person who half a year ago had nothing to do with politics. Ukrainians are voting like that all the time. There's nothing new. In 2014, it was the same. A few weeks before the presidential elections, Petro Poroshenko was considered to be a possible winner as the mayor of Kiev. And in a few weeks, he was the winner of the first tour of presidential elections. And there was no second round. And the questions were the same, was the team. But he had a big political experience. But he has been politician. He has never been considered to be the candidate for presidency. He wasn't even the leader of Maidan. More than that, Moscow then approved this idea of the victory of Poroshenko, like they approved the victory of Zelensky. The former minister in the government of Azarov, they believed that they could agree with him sooner than with the party of war, the head of the party of war. Now Poroshenko is the head of the party of war. If in a few weeks Zelensky becomes the leader of the party of war, don't be surprised. A very similar situation was in 2004, when in 96, when Kuchma was elected the director of Yuzhmash, then the same hope was for Yushchenko. Ukrainians are always electing not the head of the state, but Messiah. And Zelensky is Messiah, because no one knows what he is. No one heard him. He's avoiding it. That's ideal version of Messiah. No one heard Messiah when they believed in God. The Christians have never seen Jesus Christ. They just read about him. Zelensky reminds me this story. Based on your words, Poroshenko has no chances in the second tour. Yes, the National Democratic voters can get consolidated. There will be more attendance in the Western Central regions. Again, the Ukraine was split. We lost part of the voters in the east, and now the south becomes decisive. Zelensky has 40% in the south, Odessa region, Bessarabia. He's leading in many regions, in eastern and southern regions, and Poroshenko in the center and the west. It's the same that we had when Kuchma and Kravchuk, then in the situation Kuchma-Simonenko, same story, Yushchenko-Yanukovych, Yanukovych-Tymoshenko. We didn't have this story once because there was a war, and now we have the same situation. But because we lost part of the pro-Russian voters of the East, the main role is played by the voters of the South. That's reality. What's the problem of Poroshenko? Why we have such a result? There are several problems. First, that he's the president of Ukraine, and the president of Ukraine, according to his voters, has to resolve all his problems immediately. If they are not resolved, he's to be blamed. Poroshenko took too much responsibility for the problems that the president of Ukraine shouldn't resolve. He's perceived as the president of presidential republic, even though he's the president of parliamentary presidential republic. But he wanted to be everything, and he's responsible for everything. Remember when he wanted to have opportunities constitutional, he won the fighting for power, but also the fighting for responsibility. And the third thing is that the society got tired of war. People believe that the new president will resolve it, but no one will resolve. Poroshenko didn't do that. New president promises, Zelensky promises, and will also do nothing. And Poroshenko positioned himself as is positioned as the president of national democratic level. It's the president of Halychina, as they say in the East. But people who vote for Zelensky, those who do not go to Maidan, and there are many people like that, but they can vote. They vote for a person who had nothing to do with Maidan. Based on the results that we see what does that mean for the main loser of the first tour, Tymoshenko?
She had been buried several times. The last time was in 2014 when my colleagues, leading politicians, said that was the end, but it was not the end. So don't hurry up to bury Yulia Volodymyrovna. We have parliamentary elections in front of us. We don't know what will be the split of division of forces. Such people as she never loses the force, the spirit, the force of the spirit. Those politicians from the orange generation, I mean Yulia Tymoshenko, Petro Poroshenko, they are fighters, they are real fighters, they never give up. We had Vitaly Portnikov in our studio, and I pass the floor over to my colleagues from the Countdown program. And thank you very much, thank you Levko, thank you Vitaly. And I have Mr. Fesenko, Ms. Sokolenko, and Mr. Krapivin. Our colleague Vitaly Portnikov had said an interesting thought that Zelensky is a revenge of common people, of those who did not go to Maidan revolution. This is the revenge of those people who are not well educated, and those people who are tired of a revolution. These are people who do not want to contribute too much effort. They are more accustomed to entertainments, to the entertaining content. These are people who don't like to think. They want to entertain, and they seek for positive emotions. Zelensky's posts in Instagram starts with a statement, I'm okay, and how are you? These are people who are not very much concerned about high utility bills. They're not concerned with the security and defense in this country. They want to be okay every day, every morning, and to stay relaxed. We have seen these people, and I want to believe that they are not more than 30%. I disagree with you, because this is a simplification. This is only part of the Zelensky's voters. Probably he has such people among his supporters, but they are not the majority. The biggest part of his voters are pensioners in rural areas. But today, at the election polls in Kyiv, where people were going to vote for Zelensky because they do not like the current power, do not simplify the phenomenon of Zelensky. But it's a common people protest. It's much easier to express your opinion in the ballot instead of going to the Maidan. This is because those who stayed in Maidan proved inability to do what they started to do in Maidan. Why those people who stood in Maidan, why they have not entered the government, why they have not gained people's trust. Here you may recollect the phenomenon of Chernovetsky. It was like a revenge after Orange Revolution. You should understand Zelensky voters. Actually, this is Donbass too. You should be able to hear Donbass too.
треба зрозуміти цих людей, тому що це
In order to make Ukraine successful, you should understand these people. You started to speak about Susanna Chabatova, new president of Slovakia. Why Ukraine failed to give birth to such a female president? Because we have very much distorted information space. Up to 70% of Ukrainians shape their understanding of economic and political processes in Ukraine, consuming TV production. All the TV channels which are underfinanced in Ukraine, instead of sufficient funding from Verkhovna Rada, it is underfunded, while oligarchs finance their TV channels. They dampen advertising fees and kill the advertising market. And here there is a big blame of Petro Poroshenko, who had put Artemenko as the chairman of the Information Council, which does not see violations and breaches done by these oligarch TV channels. The licenses on broadcasting should be given to NGOs, to civil society, able to change this information space. I disagree with Trump. I believe that part of Zelensky's electorate had seen the people's servant and they want the president like this. Natalia, thank you. I have a question to Dmitro. Quite recently, I've heard an opinion of an expert who said that sequel contains some hidden messages about second national language, about the foolish Ukrainians, just like Mikhail Bulgakov did in his White Guards novel. Do you agree that such products poison a generation of Ukrainians, which are later bringing it to power? Here we come to the notion of cultural code, and Zelensky is shaped in this Ukrainian and Russian cultural code. The whole culture of Quarter 95. You may recollect the cartoon about fairy tale Rus, which is shown as fairy tale Russia. I recollect the People's Servant sequel, where they showed Ukrainians as primitive people who want just a positive common person to come. When we think about young generation, which is able to consume visual content at very primitive level, they have a group in Facebook from not the best universities who consume that messages without deep thinking for them. The paradigm that you mentioned, Bulgakov, associations, etc., it's too complicated for them. They perceive it in quite simple way. My editor informs me that Zelensky had stated that he is ready to the debates with Zelensky, while Petro Poroshenko believes it is necessary to have debates with his competitor. I would like to remind you that the countdown program had not seen the three candidates except Tymoshenko, who had attended us, knowing that we had no her competitors here. In a moment we will have the news release. Vyacheslava Putin is ready to take the floor. We have news from the candidates' headquarters, latest exit poll releases, and the news from the Central Election Commission. I'm very grateful to my interlocutors, Mr. Fesenko, Ms. Sakalenko, and Ms. Shidel. And I'd like to remind you that we will come back after the news release. We will have Roman Besmertny, who is one of the candidates. We will have Mr. Bessarab, political analyst, Taras Shevchenko, director of the Democracy Center, remain with us. We remain in this studio, and in half an hour we will continue.
Отут? Можна це забрати, оце? Будь ласка, скоренько, оце. Угу. Спасибі. Спасибі. Я спробую дати вам слово, спробую. Я Ларисі. Ось же ж сидять спікери. Доброго вечора, колеги.
Good
Дякую
evening,
всім глядачам,
colleagues.
що
Thank you all the
лишаєтеся із
viewers
Суспільним,
who
слідкуєте
stays with
разом з нами,
Суспільне,
хвилюєтеся
who
і
follows
переживаєте. У
with
нас тут
us.
такий своєрідний
We
штаб.
have
У нас є тут
some
експерти
sort of a
і журналісти,
headquarters. We have
студенти. Ми
experts,
обговорюємо
journalists,
останні дані
students. We are
екзит-полів і, власне,
discussing
дуже
the latest
вболіваємо
data
разом з
of the
вами.
exit poll,
Хвилюємося
and
разом
we
з вами. Дуже у нас динамічний ефір. Так
have a
що
very
лишайтеся з
dynamic
Суспільним, побачимося за мить.
program. Stay with Суспільне. See you in a minute.
Доброго вечора.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying with us. Thank you, the guests who joined us. We have new guests here, and these are the candidate to the presidency. Roman Besmертный, greetings. Mikhailo Basarab, political analyst. Vachtan Kipiani, the chief editor of Historical Truth. Our colleague journalist, and Taras Shevchenko, the director of the Center of Democracy of the Rule of Law, and the representative of the Election Council UA. I would like to say there's a new information. Mikhail Saakashvili wrote that the next president of Ukraine is Volodymyr Zelensky. I called all the democratic forces to support him without any preliminary conditions. Now the defeat of Poroshenko is a great chance for Ukraine. That is what Saakashvili believes. What Igor Shatailo thinks our colleague will hear. And the whole night we have our program countdown in YouTube channel. Igor is managing, is moderating. Please, Igor, tell us what are the viewers asking, what you think about that. I want to delegate the questions which I didn't delegate earlier. That is what our YouTube viewers are interested in first. Don't the guests of the studio think that unrespectful attitude to Zelensky campaign leads to polarization of the society? Why there are no rules set by the law of making all candidates responsible to people at real debates, but not at wombats? And don't guests believe that the hopes for young generation haven't justified themselves? Thank you, Igor. Basically, that is the question to guests you've heard. Maybe one of you will immediately be brave enough. Taras Shevchenko is the bravest one. Let us start from laws, because I am involved into drafting legislation on elections. The fact that debates are to be mandatory, let's basically not allow to run for the candidate the one who doesn't participate in debates. Now the rule is Suspільне has the duty to organize
the debates, the candidates, if they come, they come. If they don't come, one of the candidates will have all the air. Legally, that is probably maximum that we can do, because there's the freedom of candidate. He decides whether to go or not. And in the world, nowhere in the laws, the debates are included. The TV channels decide when, how they want to do it, and who they invite. So this is too far. Basically what we want. We very often don't want the discussion, but the person thinks that the opponent is unable to participate in debates. He will come, everyone will get disappointed and will see how not ready he is. I remember the debates with Yanukovych. I also had hopes that he will be versus Yushchenko, and everyone will see that Yanukovych could do anything, or could do nothing. Now we see the preliminary data as of 8 p.m. Volodymyr Zelensky 30.6, Poroshenko 17.8, Tymoshenko 14.2. There are first statements of the first three. Volodymyr Zelensky during his press conference said he thanked those who voted not as a joke. He's trolling those who were supporting Petro Poroshenko and launched this hashtag. Vakarchuk started this campaign. Petro Poroshenko called everyone to get united, to forget about any offense, get united before the second tour. Yulia Tymoshenko said that all the exit polls are made for order, like the sociological surveys, and the whole day today, before the building of CEC, there are several hundred strange young people who look like titushkas. They are near the tents which say the office of the MP. When you ask them which MP's office it is, they don't answer. For me, these people near CEC, that's quite a concerning issue. My question is to Roman Besmertny. You said that here at the debates, at the countdown, and you said that you requested the leaders, you asked the leaders to sign the document about recognition of the results, to agree that the choice of Ukrainian people we have to accept. I understand what you mean, because you said you passed two Maidans and you know what the third Maidan will end up. Has at least one leader signed such a document? Unfortunately, no one of the leaders answered that call, and what is happening now near the Central Election Commission is very dangerous thing. We had different meetings, and Taras reminded of the situation of 2004, when on the 3rd of September, after some meeting which was quite normal, there was some fighting when everything was over, when people left. And I remember this bloodshed when they were beating people with hammers. And when I see such things, and no one is responsible for that, people do not say who they represent. During this election campaign, there would always be a group of people who would personify themselves, who would say that we are from that or from another group, and these were the same people. I'm afraid that we have the same thing happening near CEC. If some conflict starts there, no one will be responsible for the conflict. How it can end up, no one can say. So the most important now, irrespective of what is the leader's attitude to the results of exit polls or sociology. They need to recognize the choice of Ukrainian people. That's the most important. They need to understand the political system in Ukraine is obsolete. What happens now is a pendulum, and it's going to the west, to the east, to the west, to the east. We need to understand. We need a different institutional model which would keep us away from these hesitations before the results are announced, and after we get to the paradigm of the conflict which is emotional. Instead of looking at what are the pluses and minuses, we don't want to analyze the problems from non-argumented statement by Saakashvili to statements of the candidates. I will not support, I will support. My dear, the brightest example is the latest reaction of the American society to the report made by prosecutor Mueller, to make it secret, because the interests of the U.S. are above all. The interests of Ukraine should be above all. We look, we analyze, we introduce corrections. Thank you. I have a question to Mikhailo Basarab. How could non-recognition by one of three end up? This is the information about counting of votes. It's Zelensky, Poroshenko, Tymoshenko leading 26, 17 and 16%. Can we expect, should we be afraid that there will be some opposition, or some Russian scenario will be played? A few days ago, the LDPR faction submitted the resolution about non-falsification of Ukrainian elections because of falsification. 2 weeks ago, they said that the elections are falsified. Russian Duma approved this resolution in response to same resolutions of the Verkhovna Rada. Russia is working on delegitimization of the new president and the choice of Ukraine as to destructive scenarios. We heard only the statement by Yulia Tymoshenko that she doesn't recognize exit polls or social surveys. She says that was all bought. But we have two favorites of the campaign, Zelensky, who gets about 30%, and the current president, Petro Poroshenko. That is why I doubt that Yulia Volodymyrovna will be able to get excited hundreds of millions of people. Basically, the most risky will be the second tour, the results of the second tour, when there will be a very little gap between the candidates, and that is when real destructive processes will start. But I would like to answer the online question. There was a question about polarization of the society. There was a question whether this voting for Zelensky means that the new citizens, the young citizens do not believe into the state. I will say no, because today's results of voting are not enough criteria for such conclusion to understand that Ukrainians, including young Ukrainians, they still believe the state. We need to take into account the revolution of dignity, the resistance to the armed aggression from Russia, the volunteers movement, and mostly young people are there. That's the real reply of youth to question whether they believe in Ukraine or not. And the sociology says that 2/3 of Ukrainians are for the cause of Ukraine is to the EU and NATO, who recognize that Russia is aggressor, who are for the protection of Ukrainian language. These are the main things. And then the question to Vahtan Kipiani. But the third, 1/3 of Ukrainian people vote for showmen in time when the country is in war, 100,000 Russian army is at our border, and when on our occupied and the next territories there are dozens of thousands of Russian military and terrorists. I believe that there are two parts of society, and values of these parts are different. There are those who go to Maidan, who shed their blood. We have been there from the first revolution, from 1990, from the revolution of students on grenade. And I would like to say, yeah, that is the revenge. We need to think what it is. There are some young people who do not understand what the state is and what's the difference between the village council and the cabinet of ministers. Some people want to do something for these powers because they didn't do, they have made some mistakes that demotivate people, even those who 100% are for the pro-Western vector. But this story with Svinarchuk or Katerina Ganzhuk, and there are dozens of such stories which finish by nothing. What about the Stitushkas near the CEC? There were different things. The investigation is going on, but what's the result? Some people in this situation really want to push the button reset. But at that moment, the Russian or pro-Russian people, they have no one to vote for. The party of regions is split. Zelensky was like our guy from Kryvyi Rih, like we are. He's sort of indifferent to different Ukrainian markets. He's like we, and he's self-made. That means that this part of people from party of regions went to support Zelensky. And there are people who in the second tour will be voting because they hate Poroshenko. And this hatred is one of the factors of this unexpected high result for Zelensky. The crimes, the mistakes of the authorities played a role. In fact, that this percentage is so high. In 1993, when in Russia for the first time LDPR came to power, to Duma, Russian Duma, and then one of the perestroikiks said, Russia, you got crazy. Ukraine hasn't got crazy. We have a democratic process. We will not disappear. People will be fighting. The institutions will not disappear. There are 3-5-7% of the society who will not allow to turn from Ukrainian way to Russian. But the price is already high. Dozens of thousands of people, they are either dead or wounded. Some people immigrated or ran away. So there are losses. I don't understand whether Zelensky understands the price of this. He's either too brave or absolutely irresponsible.
He had stated, Zelensky had stated that by the end of the second round he would like to present 5 players of his team, and by the moment he is not ready to announce the Prime Minister. And would like to remind you that in case Zelensky is elected president, he had to introduce candidates for the prosecutor general, for the SBU head, etc. He is not from the public administration, he's not professional in politics, he has no faction in the parliament, and he has no team. This question about prime minister, it was a provocation. An experienced politician had to say that in line with the Ukrainian constitution, this is not the president who has to nominate the prime minister. But he got into this trap, and but Mihaila, we had an example how president could remove prime ministers, and he had paid today for that step, which demonstrated that president could remove the prime minister. Phenomenon of Zelensky had risen from the results of many Poroshenko's mistakes when he streamlined his energy not on overcoming aggression but in stirring up intrigues inside the coalition. He fought against his opponents, but today he encouraged to unite. Yes, in today's events, this is a huge contribution from Poroshenko, because the majority in the parliament was ruined, actually, but the parliament continues to work. And the reason for that is that Poroshenko and the majority in the parliament belong to the same political force. This is institutional mistake. Let's assume that we live in a country where president carries out his representative function. The commander-in-chief is responsible for defense function, and the Minister of Defense has to supply the army. But today's president concentrates the responsibilities which are unnatural for a presidential and parliamentary system. Okay, we have Poroshenko who has experience, etc. But let's assume that Zelensky comes to power and we are scared and shocked what would happen. Why we still continue to perceive the president as a commander-in-chief while the army should be led by professional military men. Miroslava, you're absolutely correct. The price of the position and the price of mistake. The cost of the position and the cost of mistake. Actually, today we are paying price for these unintroduced small changes in the political system. This is a result of non-finished constitutional reform. He is very good international negotiator, but he is unable to tackle the defense function. Taras Shevchenko wants to add, and I would like to continue. Quite often we hear that we have one of the best constitutions. I disagree. The model of power, the checks and balances are dysfunctioning because the president in reality had taken much more powers and is responsible for the roads, for the schools, for the competence of police, and thus he had become responsible for all the failures. But our constitution subordinates the vertical of districts and regions to the president, but this vertical should be under the government, not under the president. Thus, we are having the power, we are having the state where we have malfunctioning of the semi-presidential republic. The president has a lot of powers, and in this situation, when Zelensky comes to power, the country would continue to drift to the parliamentary republic, because objectively, de jure, we need to introduce changes. The subordination of the regional leaders to the cabinet of ministers is inevitable. Vakhtang Kipiani, the question to you. The constitution could be changed, but whether we are able to change the society so quickly and so radically. We need to strengthen institutions, but whether we have historical time to do this. Developed democracies may afford election of freaks, but this is the endless question of a chicken and egg. We are building up this state now. This shows this irritation and this non-understanding how such situation may happen in the country in war. If Zelensky would start to ruin the system, we do not know whether this is for the good or for the bad. Maybe this will give chance to somebody, but this creates a lot of threats, because we have a shortage of time. The South is more under threat than the East. Look at the previous party of the regions is not destroyed. The party of the regions still exists. They submit their reports about taxes. The current power failed to liquidate this party of killers. 15 years ago, you, Mr. Roman, mentioned that Kuchma was having the wrong position in the structure of powers. Currently, today we are giving to the lawyers of Kolomoisky an instrument. While they are rather dangerous people, they don't bear any responsibility. Are they ready to go to Putin and beg him to give something to Ukraine, to a person who absolutely clearly understands his national interests? Actually, we have no time to grow up and to become mature. We have got new information that Zelensky has stated that the old-fashioned politicians are using old methods of fight, and that's why he is not willing to make deals with them. Today, Mustafa Naya mentioned about negotiations between Yulia Tymoshenko and Zelensky's camp. Is it a sign, I mean this statement, is it a sign that that he tries to say that they are not having any negotiations. He had agreed to have a debate, and he had already given his tooth to Natalia, and when he comes, you will finally believe in that. He can say anything. Maybe this was immediate response to Tymoshenko's statement. Maybe Zelensky and Kolomoisky believes that the presidency is already in his pocket, but Zelensky, who states that he does not want to have something in common with all politicians, is untrue, because he is the creature of Kolomoisky, and he is in cooperation with Kolomoisky, and that's false statement. It was Дождь TV channel. How it's cool to live in Ukraine and feel this rhetoric is very typical for Zelensky. When we watched Zelensky press conference, the audience here laughed, but I warned them that it's not worthy to laugh at him because he is a political figure, and most probably he will bring his faction to the parliament. He asked about profession of showman. I used to be the Kavan player, but here we speak about the competencies, and in Ukraine we observe a lack of competencies among old functionaries, while these young functionaries who are nevertheless the incompetent professionals, they continue this bad tradition. I used to see a lot of prime ministers and presidents in Ukraine who promised to come and change everything, and when he arrives in position, he is immediately sieged by the apparatus. All the apparatus immediately becomes dysfunctional. So this lack of competencies, lack of professionalism, we clearly observe the person with zero professionalism and absolutely dysfunctional apparatus, and in result we may find ourselves in an abyss which is immeasurable, and both society and the elites should be conscious that in this situation we have to change the political model. Without this, this will be very dangerous. Taras Shevchenko, I would like to quote Yaroslav Hrysak, Ukrainian historian. The main threat today is that Ukraine is insufficiently imbecile resistant, and what we shall do in this situation. We should get rid of that zero expectations as to revolutions. We have to develop the Institute of Media, the Institute of Public Media and Commercial Media. 1+1 TV channel had played exclusive role in this campaign, and the president, who has impact on information Information Council could do nothing, and this is a big threat on our society, because society consumes a bigger part of information from TV channels. Thank you to the audience, thank you to the interlocutors. Now we have the news release. Anna Cherednichenko, what are the news? During today, we had been collecting information about voting process both in Ukraine and abroad, and we are ready to present this news to our TV spectators. And I would like to thank Тарас Шевченка, Вахтанг Кипіані, Михайло Бессараба, and Роман Безсмертний. I have to apologize to those who wanted to speak but had no time to do this. We will win. We are strong, and we managed to survive in more harsh situations. So take care.
Дякую. Дякую. Дякую.
Дякую. Дякую, Мирослава.